exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again, you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anyone.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I'm supposed to like money very well.
When someone is alive, when he's going to be singing. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, the this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends. If you have the money, because this business now is all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, but one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Is not a chance play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by
Hello and welcome to the Midday News. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin. The federal government has terminated 5 major road contracts in Kogi State after Minister of Works Dave Umahi ruled that persistent delays, non-performance and excessive time overruns has stalled progress on critical projects, including sections of the Abuja-Lokoja Highway. Contractors handling the affected project had recorded completion levels as low as 1%, despite using over 100% allocated contract time, prompting immediate mutual terminations and restrictions limiting further work only to previously paid advances. Umahi said the ministry will no longer tolerate contractors who fail to meet obligations on strategic corridors essential to national mobility and economic activity. Alongside the cancellation, the minister issued strict deadlines, and underperforming firms commended companies showing steady progress and directed that all outstanding works from the terminated contracts be bundled into an emergency intervention program to accelerate repairs along the Abuja-Lokoja axis. The Nigerian Customs Service (NTS) has approved a sweeping leadership restructure, confirming new Deputy Controller Generals and Assistant Controller Generals during its 64th board meeting chaired by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edu. Now, the appointments made under the Nigeria Customs Service Act 2023 are designed to fill recent leadership gaps, strengthen operational command, and reinforce compliance management across key formations nationwide. 10 officers were also granted special promotions for exceptional contributions to revenue mobilization, the national security, and improved service efficiency. The board said the overhaul supports ongoing reforms within the service, including automation of processes, stronger border protection, and enhanced anti-smuggling efforts. It added that the new leadership structure will improve policy execution and deepen strategic capacity as the service adapts to evolving trade and security demands. Now, Oyo State has approved 3.03 billion naira for cocoa rejuvenation project aimed at restoring cocoa as a major economic driver and boosting the state's share in global supply disruptions affecting Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. The state plans to implement the program through a public-private partnership coordinated by its Agribusiness Development Agency and the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, with funding spread over 3 years. The State Executive Council also approved multiple development initiatives, including a €50 million healthcare upgrade loan, a new water, sanitation and hygiene policy, and a climate action plan backed by 270 million naira guarantee. Additional reforms approved for the 2026 are expected to strengthen business operations, expand access to development finance, and enhance long-term agricultural and economic resilience across the state. Indian equities are gaining momentum as global risk appetite strengthens, with expectations of a potential Federal Reserve rate cut lifting investor confidence. Now, the benchmark Nifty index rebounded above 26,000 mark after ending a 3-day decline, renewing optimism that it may finally close at a new record high after last week's brief intraday peak. Currency traders are also watching the effects of the International Monetary Fund's reclassification of India's exchange rate regime, a shift flagged earlier by people familiar with the development. Market participants say the combined backdrop of global easing expectations and domestic resilient positions India among the world's calmest and most stable stock markets. Chinese automotive suppliers are increasing shipments of low-cost vehicle components into Germany, intensifying pressure on local manufacturers already facing weak demand and rising production expenses. Now, the inflow of electrical system and forged metal parts is eroding the competitive edge of German firms as China industrial upgrades close long-standing quality gaps. Major companies such as Robert Bosch GmbH, Mali GmbH, and Paul AG are experiencing heightened strain as the price imbalance threatens domestic output and accelerates market disruption. Industry officials warn that continued inflows could undermine local term production stability and deepen structural challenges across Europe's largest automotive market. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
At the African Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. African Development Study Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Fellow Nigerians, Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice. pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 19...
Yeah, hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Here we explore the people, ideas, and movements shaping our continent's future. And, we break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the business stories differently. I am Omivi Idolor, and I have with me Amulo Emmanuel. Hello, Emmanuel.
Hello, baby. Another interesting day to talk Africa, and I'm extra excited because I've got a friend from Uganda who is joining us today. And I like to call her a beauty queen because she won one.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, and how we met was just coincidental, and then we've been chatting since. And we're like, no, I'm so excited. I need to come on the show. But we're talking climate.
Yeah.
Right? And I like the fact that more climate conversations have been going on because all through last week we talked about COP30 and of course how we could get our environment better. And then having somebody who has been championing the cause all the way in Uganda, we now see that it's a wholesome conversation we're having on the continent, and we need to have more. We had somebody from Ethiopia the last time. We had somebody come from Nigeria who was in Brazil for COP30, and now somebody from Uganda. We had somebody from Port Harcourt. So you see that these conversations are circling around, and we need to bring more platform, more people to get enlightened in the conversation about climate.
Yes, when we talk about climate in Nigeria, when we are talking about climate change, and today is going to be from the grassroots up.
Yes.
So we are not just talking about the
government policies and all that.
So we are going down to the very foundation of where this thing lies, and like we always say, across Africa, the climate crisis, when we're talking, is not just at city or for a certain class of people.
Yes, the elites.
It is everyone. It as far as this is concerned, all hands on deck.
Yes.
And I love the fact that we're going to be having a robust topic or conversation about it today. But we'll have to go on this break, and when we come back, we'll be introducing our guest for today. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa. because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw eco-tourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and ensure you follow Just Africa on YouTube as well. Yes. And please subscribe. So today's topic is powering climate solutions from the ground up. It explores how Africa's green economy can thrive when climate resilience meets entrepreneurship. The goal is to uncover how inclusive green enterprises can tackle waste, energy poverty, and unemployment while shaping behavioral policy shifts across the continent. And today, our guest is Natukunda. I hope I pronounced that well. Sharon, Natukunda Sharon, a Ugandan social entrepreneur and founder of Green Haven Living, GHL, a community-driven initiative promoting clean energy and sustainable living. As a clean energy champion and Miss Climate Change Uganda, Sharon is redefining climate action through business, creating jobs, advocating for policy change, and empowering women to lead the green transition from the grassroots. I don't know if I should call her beauty queen. I don't know if I should call her just Sharon, you know. But hello, Sharon. Welcome to the show. Okay, if you can hear us, turn on your device, because we really want to have beautiful conversation. Okay, Amulu.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting for Sharon
to join in,
because I really want to see her beauty, you know, beauty with intelligence. Yes. It's not just all about being beautiful.
I was rolling through her. I said I was going to ask her when she comes on. I was rolling through her social media page on, I think it was LinkedIn, and then I saw she recently had like a community conversation and then a training for women, and then she was celebrating how almost all of them have now become, you know, new entrepreneurs and what most of the things that learned. And it drew me to ask, I mean, from her small quarter, she's been able to empower women without having to look like a politician. You know how politicians want to make it loud, but she was adding value to these women, and what they taught them could sustain them on their own, right? And then they didn't need to depend on anybody. And I said, like, this skill that you, or this approach that you did, we need to, you know, talk about it so more people can explore and experiment some of these other things across the continent. But the truth of the matter, we all know, the way the economy is now is no longer dependent on just leaving the man to be the breadwinner. Because if both men and women understand that first we are human beings, and to survive in this place, everybody has to contribute their own quota. You do realize how much of the economy would churn out, and we know that we're still doing most of our subsistence kind of economy. Most people are just selling small things. It's maybe small subsistence farming, but if you put it together, like Adi says in some of these adage, like little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. So even in our small communities, small corners, we're doing our thing, and then everybody runs that economy. Before you know it,
yes, and I love the fact that she's teaching these women and young people from the grassroots, the importance of this climate change that we're talking about, since she is into it. All right, Sharon, you're there. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Sharon.
From Uganda.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone.
How is Uganda today?
Yes, Uganda today is actually so hot. I am in the city. I'm in Kampala, so it is actually a bit hot.
A bit hot.
If you could imagine, yes, we are in summer, so it looks like we're in summer today.
Okay. All right, once again, welcome to the show. So let's start. Powering climate solutions from the ground up. What does this mean to the average African?
Yes. Once again, I want to thank you so much for having invited me to the SOUQ News TV. And just to introduce myself once again, I know you've given a very good background about my work and also what I'm doing currently in Uganda. And Sharon Kunda is my name, and I am the founder and CEO of SOUQ Enterprises. And SOUQ is a social enterprise that promotes young women and girls in making reusable sanitary towels, but also skilling them to ensure that we reduce on the number of unemployment, whereby you look at Uganda, which has the highest number of, it's one of those countries, the highest number of young people. And today when we have such solutions, initiatives that help them to reduce on the unemployment rates, it is quite awesome that we are involving more young people to ensure that they have something to do, but also they acquire a skill. Yes, and also besides that, I'm a climate activist. Yes, I'm a climate activist, and I have done a lot of work with community engagement, especially grassroots community engagement. And when you ask me that, how does the community grassroots climate look like, I would say that with my work as working with grassroots communities, earlier my years when I started a CBO is a community-based organizations.
Yes.
Just to those that may not know what a CBO does. CBO is it's a community-based organization that focuses on community challenges. So we spot out the challenges that are affecting our communities, and we find and design solutions with the community members. So I also founded Green Homeland Initiative, and that is how it came, and working with the community women, especially vulnerable women. This includes the single mothers, the people with different abilities. I do not love to call them people with disabilities, but I love to call them people with different abilities. And also working with the single mothers, the youth, and also the dropouts, youth that are not being able to continue their studies. So this is how community, grassroots community works. You sit down with them, being that I'm born and raised in that community.
Yes.
And also not in community, not in the city, but also a small city, a small ghetto community in Kampala, where I come from. So I've witnessed how different challenges are affecting us, and designed a solution that can support our communities.
So Sharon, Sharon, what drove you into climate? I mean, of course, you started from a small community. Now we understand that there are so many challenges that they might face, but what drove you to climate?
Yes, I beg your pardon.
I said, what drove you to climate? I mean, to focus on climate. I mean, there are so many challenges that communities face, but you chose climate.
Climate change, yeah.
Yes, there are so many challenges that communities face, and specifically, why did I choose climate?
Yes.
To say that, let me now find solutions for climate. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. The listeners and also the viewers of this show could ask that, why is climate now? Why is everyone talking about environmental climate? It is not by coincidence that I am a climate activist, or I speak for climate, I advocate for climate. I personally am passionate about it. It did not come because everyone was talking about climate. But this comes out of the challenges that we have faced, and I personally have experienced as a young girl growing up in a grassroots sector making, in a community making, whereby I grew up in a ghetto community. Despite that it was in a city, everyone would be like, for example, you could give a city like Lagos, a big city in Africa, Lagos or Kampala, and you would say that someone who comes from Kampala or someone who comes from Nairobi or Lagos is living quite a better life, and everything is really moving on smoothly, as you may think. But honestly speaking, you can also tell that there are cities whereby, of course, people are living in a dignified life, a better life, but also there are those small communities that people tend to ignore. Those small communities where we find also those people that need support. You find that there are those communities that have really been, you may not even think that they are located in the city. And that's my community where I was raised in Machinde, in Zambia, where we are living in a ghetto, despite that it's in Kampala, yes, but it is a small, you may think it's maybe a small city also of its own, but it's a ghetto city, a ghetto center in the suburbs of Kampala, where you find people who are just traveling, coming from maybe rural areas, coming to find their ways to see how they can access employment. The young boys and girls who are looking for where to sleep, they could find affordable accommodation. And you find that when we were raised, and we found that we live in a community where there are many people, and these many people are living in one area, you find that we are now fighting for resources. The resources that are available in that particular community, they are not enough. Maybe I wasn't enough, I wasn't like able to identify them when I was young, but because when you have an opportunity to study, and also when you grow, of course, when you grow up, the mind, of course, develops. So when I grew up realizing, when you're young, you feel like it's okay, this is the environment we're supposed to live in. But when you look at other communities, how they are living, this is when I identified. And my passion came when I was in the university, when I joined the university and I had a chance to visit other communities where my friends were living. I just realized that, honestly speaking, I think we are living in the underserved community. This is how I realized the challenges that our communities are facing when I compare to other communities where my friends from university used to come from. And I realized that if the most common challenge I could share is that the poor waste disposal, because having houses next to each other, one house to another, and a ghetto structured houses, no security, families having children, like father and mother and about 5 children, 4 children living in the same household. We don't have any waste disposal dumping sites, and remember, these families generate waste every day. We have trenches that take water, but these trenches now, because we don't have a dumping site, now these trenches become areas of dumping, because they have no option. They're seeing a trench, a big one, they do not know, they have no idea that this helps us to maybe channel the water pathways, until when they find that the rain comes, and that is their savior, because now the rain will come too much, and then it will take all this waste, and then they have a clean trench. But realizing they do not have all those ideas, that at the end of the day, where is this waste going to end at? Like, where is it ending? So this is when I had an opportunity to study on a sponsorship of the church. Of course, my parents could not really afford the university, so when I had a sponsorship of the church, and I looked at all this, I studied all this, and then I realized that I can do something, however much it's not big. I did not have the resources, the funding, but I was like, let's start with something small. That's how the community grassroots came in to support the community by starting up small initiatives.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you for that. Yes. Now, you are a young lady and you're trying to empower women, or you're trying to help the youth in your community, in your country rather, to understand climate change. You are trying to empower women so they don't have to depend solely on their husbands. How is the level of acceptability there? Do the men, the society, or the culture there, does it stand against you achieving these goals because you're a woman, or they welcome the idea, they welcome you and your team open-handedly?
Yes, definitely the adaptability of my society was, I would say that was not that very welcoming. As a new initiative, new ideas that I'm bringing on board, they already thought that these are things that you've learned from the school and then you want to put us. But they were happy because now when we created solutions, for example, the briquettes, when I told them that now we can decompose this waste and then we can generate our own briquettes instead of spending a lot of money to buy charcoal that is even not going to finish to cook for us every day. So they realize the solutions are good, but the adaptability, especially to the men, that they did not have all that time to stay home. If we had a cleanup, I remember the 2 attempts I first started, the cleanups in our community, at least I would make once in a month a cleanup. You find that the men themselves cannot even spare any more single moment of time to be with us, to join us. What they used to do is they send the children, go join Sharon, go join Sharon.
Wow.
Now, because also the Green Homeland community-based organization, we had a company that is called Green. It is called a Homeland, Clean Homeland.
Okay.
It was a private company that collects waste. So when this name was also similar to Green Homeland, the other one was called Homeland, Clean Homeland. Now they thought maybe we are partners. They started now like making things become the same, relating. Now when they saw us doing these things, we would give them solutions of how to make the briquettes, how we can be able also to engage. It is not Sharon, it is not who. Let's involve together. They brought their children, and then the mothers and the fathers are busy on weekends. I used to do it on Saturdays.
Okay. Yeah.
The men are busy in training centers, enjoying themselves, and women are busy cooking. Now they send us children in the morning.
Children.
However much we love children, but also it involves children and also women because we face those challenges, and also men involvement. So they never understood the assignment, and maybe, I don't know, but the adaptability was really very poor until we kept on doing it consistently. And also I kept on bringing other more friends of mine who were passionate about my passion. They used to come, they saw different faces. Then they started like being, oh, this is not Sharon who is not partnering with this company, but it's rather an idea that she wants us to adopt as a society. So bringing different faces to talk to them, speak to them, and also showing them different videos of how other communities are looking better, how they are doing these briquettes, how they are selling them, earning income. The adaptability became a little bit fair now. They started to love it, and even when I miss a month, they'd be like, "You're not coming. We did have this." So you could see that they started requesting for more engagements like that.
Yeah. So Sharon, how long have you been doing these campaigns?
Yes, I started this campaign earlier in 2022. Initially, we had started in 2021, but of course, we had some election stuff and that. So I started in 2022, and that's when we started. We started with a passionate team, of course, with any CBO, of course, with our policies in Uganda. I don't know how it works in Lagos, but in our policies in Uganda, that when you start up a community-based organization, the bureaucracy is not really like a lot. You don't have to register with the NGO forum. You only register with your local councils. So I go to my local council division, register, but you don't have to register as an individual because this is tackling community solutions. These are tackling community challenges, and you're providing community solutions voluntarily regarding of they shouldn't expect like a payment. It is just transforming communities to become better. So they believe that you the vision bearer of that idea. I got my friends who believed in my idea because they taught us to have a good team, good friends who believe in your idea. I got them, and then we're about 12 people who joined to register. So we were a team of 10 members, both girls and boys, and they're all community members who we grew up with. So I told them, aren't you seeing the challenges we are facing? Can we do something? Of course, they saw because we grew up together. So that's how we joined.
Okay, that's great. Okay, let me get a bit personal. How did you get the tag Miss Climate Change? I mean, did you run for
In fact, are you the current queen? Are you the current Miss Climate Change Uganda?
Yes. Yes. No, the Miss Climate Change Uganda came in by the grace of God. It was earlier this year in March when I was crowned the second person. Yeah. In March this year, I was crowned by the Miss Climate Change Awareness Uganda, the second runners-up. It was just like you see any competition. For example, I know you have Miss Nigeria, and like you see Miss Uganda, Miss World. So when these competitions, I'm a person who always loves to keep trying my opportunity, keep trying my luck. So whenever I see an opportunity online being used on social media, I always give it a try. So when I saw the eligibility, we are looking for young women who are doing something in their communities. I said I would give it a try. So I applied and I was selected. I went for auditions. It was more of the young women, showcasing young women's innovations. Those women, they're selecting, the people that they're selecting are people that are doing quite amazing work in their communities, and they're helping to tackle climate change. So this is how I was. It was a very tight competition, just in competition, but by the grace of God, I managed to be the second runners-up of the Miss Climate Change Awareness Uganda. And we are the pioneers of this.
Yeah. Okay, so with the new title, what are the expectations from you? What did they expect you to do? What kind of campaigns were you supposed to lead?
As the Miss Climate Change Awareness Uganda, one of the expectations, because now we are the face of the climate, we are the face of environment in Uganda, because also being the first pioneers, the expectations from the population, the expectations from the Ugandans, but also other communities that are aware that we exist, they expect that we are going to be able to advocate for climate solutions. Through engagement, they expect us to mentor more young climate activists. It should not be Sharon alone, but how many people have you been able to bring on table? How many people have you been able to mentor within your capacity? Because it is only a term of 1 year. So they are looking at how are you able to, even from the knowledge you've been able to learn, acquire, are you able to pass it on to another person, another young woman out there, another young man out there? Now, the expectation also, another expectation that they expect from us, they expect us that we are able to have such opportunities. Are you able to speak about the youth innovations that are out there? Are you able to become their voice of the voiceless? Because now you have the opportunity that you can be hosted by SOUQ News TV. You can have a platform, not any other. No, if you have such an opportunity, are you able to speak about the pains of the young people in your country? In line with the environment, are you able to speak about the injustices that young climate activists face? For example, the youth currently who are talking about the just transition. We have so many injustices that are happening back in Uganda. I don't know for other countries, but because of the ECOP, you all know the East African crude oil pipeline. We have young activists, students, imagine, very young, who are saying who are against the ECOP, and then when you see that we have, if someone, I would say that if someone has his own idea, Sharon, I have my own idea, or maybe my own view, I shouldn't be criminalized because of my own idea. Can we have a fair treatment? Can we have a fair hearings of these people? Could we hear what they are saying, what they're talking about? So we have seen so many people detained, arrested without any trial, not being charged. Like, it's a lot of torture for young activists back in Uganda who are on that project, the Stop ECOP project. And you see that if you're under climate activists, if either you believe in it or you do not believe in it, but are you able to speak about the injustices? Are you able to speak about their voices? Because they deserve a fair hearing, even when you do not believe in what they're doing, or you believe, but at least you should be able to advocate for their fair hearing. Let them be brought, be tried, if they find that they're guilty, then let it be fair. But I believe everyone has a right to talk about their views and ideas. So, and also the other injustices such as social media, when we come out to speak about a road, maybe a drainage that maybe the government has not worked on, you spot out a drainage that maybe like for example, we had a very big incident in Uganda. We had a Chitezi incident. I think you heard about it, where it exploded and killed so many people, and also families lost their houses, they lost their properties. And also up to that, the government has tried to see how they can compensate these people. But I hear that the compensation, they're still having challenges. This one says, I lost 5 people. Now the government has to come and validate how many people died in your household, how many houses did you have, because people lost houses, people were landlords of properties. And when this incident of the West came, it took everything. So you see that now the government is also finding challenges to compensate who is the right person. Now you find that when you speak about such things, sometimes you're warned. You get different warnings on your social medias. You get different messages telling you that now you're tackling a wrong table. Can you focus? Can you stay in a line? You'll be like, now what is the line? I am supposed to speak. My role is to speak about the injustices that are going on, especially women that lost their properties in those incidences. So you find that we are also intimidated a little bit, but regardless, we have to move. Me, I keep strong. I know that intimidations will come, but what keeps on moving is the passion for what I do. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Aaron. I love what you're doing. In fact, we love what you're doing. Okay, so right now, you talked about the trainings and all that. So most times, when people hear climate change, they think, especially those in rural areas, most often time they feel it has to do with those in the city. Like you are in the federal capital, that's Kampala right now. So someone in the village or in the rural sector feels, well, climate change has nothing to do with us. Meanwhile, the water, general climate, dirty environment and the likes has to do with everybody's survival. When communicating this information to the people in the city, how do you communicate it with them? Do you use the regular terms that only the elites understand? You want to speak English, or you want to, how do you communicate this without having language barrier?
Yes. Well, also one of the challenges that we are facing is actually language barrier, and I'm happy that you've asked me that question, because you see, when you look at the communities that we are working in, of course, many of these people in my community have not been able to maybe learn English. They might have gone to school, but of course, if you do not proceed further, you may not be able to interpret some of the terminologies. Especially when you're speaking about climate solutions, like it may be a little bit challenging. But now the best part of it is that if you come from that community, you definitely know how to speak that language in that community. And that's why it's very hard for me to move to another community whereby they speak quite a different language. For example, if I go today to Kenya and I be this based in maybe one of the communities in Kenya, it will have to take me time to learn Swahili better, so I can be able to interpret the language. But now today, because I work here within my country, and also I'm working within a community where I've been raised and grown, I am able to speak the language that they understand. We are able to communicate. However much it's a mix, the cities bring in different people from different tribes and cultures. I know Lagos is one of those countries that are rich with different languages and tribes. This is the same as, of course, Uganda, where we have so many languages. But as cities, we have always that common language that at least unites us all. Now, the most spoken language in Kampala here, even when you research on Google, is called Luganda. Even when someone is coming from a village, yes, Luganda. Even when someone is coming from the village, they will definitely know a little bit of Luganda. They could tell, ask food, they will not sleep hungry. They will know to ask for, if they want to go to use a washroom, they will know those. So now my community definitely speaks Luganda, and I'm also able to speak Luganda to translate. And maybe to give you just an example, that Green Homeland, the community-based organization, we recently had a partnership with an NGO called Agayo. And then we had a conversation about, it was just like 1 week ago, we had a conversation it was about transforming climate anxiety, because we know people get so stressed, people have lost hope. And I understand that these calamities have happened, the disasters have happened. Some of these disasters do not happen physically to an individual, but they happen to us, maybe to our friends, relatives, families, even viewing them on TV, sitting in your sitting room and viewing how calamities are happening, maybe in Karamoja, maybe in Lagos. Now, for example, I was stressed recently when I had the incident that happened to the school, the kidnapping of those children who are in Nigeria. There's always that incident that happens. And it has not happened once. I've grown up hearing such incidents happening. I had I don't know, it's really very stressing. It touches my heart, because these are school children that are attacked, killed innocently by unknown people. I don't know really what we should do in this world. You find that the world is running so crazy. If you have a problem with someone, please approach them and talk to them directly. Why are you involving young innocent souls that are starting their future in life? So this really melts my heart. And you see that I do not live in Nigeria, but every time I've been hearing such incidences, they affect me as a person. I have that problem that I'm also so emotional. So now, when I look at them, sometimes even my friends show, like, Sharon, look at this video, I'll be like, please don't show me. Excuse me, please. Even some videos they share in those WhatsApp groups, you know how they share things. They put headlines. The moment I read an headline and it's bad, I'll definitely not give my heart to watch, my eyes to watch, because I want to save my emotions, like I want to save my heart peacefully. So such incidents, now we understand that now also when you reflect it to environment and climate, you see that you only watch a disaster that has taken people. You watch a calamity that, like, for example, the bushfires in USA. I've never stepped in the USA, but when I had people dying because of those bushfires that are happening, you find that you'll be like, really, why would it? You feel like pity, a bit stressed, anxious, and now this is why we had a Zen Cafe session in my community. Now that organization supported us to hold a Zen Cafe in our community to help transform our communities, to create a safe space for them to share what they have been going through and how to create solutions from stress to become a bit relaxed, and also understand that the incidents have not happened to them only, but also they are happening to other more people. If I share my problem and also Emmanuel shares his problem, you may say that it is not only happening on me, but also Emmanuel faces the same challenge. So we can find a unified solution for our challenges. So that's why we had that recently, and that session had very many grassroots women. I posted it on my Instagram. I think Emma must have seen it. And these women shared their stories, but in their local languages, and shared their life stories, their experiences, and then we came out with the solutions. So it was more of a safe session, a safe space to share, reflect, and then come up with a solution for our climate anxiety.
Yes, thank you so much, Sharon. But right now, we'll go on a quick break. We want you to stand by, because when we come back, this conversation will continue. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glitch eye-watering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw ecotourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
Yeah, welcome back. This is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, where we talk about the beautiful stories around Africa. We tell the stories ourselves, not letting other people tell it for us.
Yes.
Yes, we'll be having this robust conversation rather, with Sharon. She is a climate change activist and, of course, a beauty queen representing climate change generally. Hello, Sharon. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to.
Yes. Okay, so Sharon, I mean, I had to just dive in almost immediately. We're talking green transition right now, right? What do we mean? Let's just break it down like that. What do we mean by green transition?
Yeah. What we mean by green transition?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Now, what we mean by green transition is moving towards a greener community, moving towards a greener and sustainable world is what we mean by green transition. If we are saying that we are transitioning, transition also should not be thought about a very fast transition, like speed should not be very quick. A transition is just like you see a baby is born today and he has to have some 3 months to start sitting from the date of birth. Okay. After 3 months, maybe to 6, you start feeding them with milk and other baby eats. Okay. So a transition is a process. Now, when we say that green transition, we mean that if we have been able to, if we have been doing our solutions, creating our solutions, doing our own activities, doing our work, but if these work have not been environmentally friendly, they are not environmental conscious.
Yes. Okay.
Are we able to move
yes,
slowly?
Yes.
Yes.
I get it. Yes. I get it now. Because I mean, I would have assumed maybe you're just painting everywhere green.
Okay.
So a transition is a process, towards a greener and healthier communities.
Okay.
So right now we're talking about green economy everywhere, in Uganda, in Nigeria, all over the world. Everyone is talking about green economy. You, as a climate change activist, you're also talking about green economy. Are there some factors, cultural factors, financial factors, or any factors hindering women from being so active in this green economy?
Yes, a green economy, I think it is now worldwide. It is not now like Africa. It is now worldwide. And what we're doing is now moving towards a greener economy. Why? Because at the end of the day, when we do what we have done, good enough, you earlier brought the questions of community work engagement and that. But when you look at the end of all that, we are looking at how are we getting money at the end of the day out of this. Yes, you can advocate for that, champion for this, speak about that, support our communities, but how are we moving that? How are we getting money at the end of the day? So now, because the economy drives this world, everything is standing because we find we're earning from it. So now this is how we are championing the green economy, whereby we see that the population being that, for example, for Uganda, where a little bit of a population is more of women, and also we have seen women being also under the categorized group of vulnerable. So you say that what we have to do instead of women now, because earlier those years, women used to be shy a little bit, do not own properties because of so many cultural differences. Religion talks about differently how women have to be very humble at home, wait for the money that is given by your husband. Now, because now we want to bring out, we want to speak out, we want to see that all women are able to do something. Sitting down at home, it's not anything. So what we have to do is that now, because we have a green economy, and green economy is involved more women, because we are the ones that have been affected by the climate crisis. We are the ones that are being affected by the injustices of environment. So if we say that now let's transition to the green economy, we say that now the solutions we have been creating, how are we able to earn a living out of it? How are we able to transform our lives through the solutions that we are creating? And that's why you see innovations such as clean energy has come up, biogas has come up, because we are the ones that are also looking at the farms. We participate in agriculture so much, so we are able to produce such fuels and also such energy solutions that can help. Yeah.
Oh, great. Oh, great. So, I mean, let's go into specific now. I saw on your social media quite recently, you did like an empowerment program for women. What did you teach them, and what did you, make them, was it an economy thing or empowerment thing?
Yes. Now, that one also brings about what I was explaining, that when you see the injustices that women have been facing, and also when you look at the religion, the culture, how women we have been, and those earlier old years of maybe our parents. Now today we are saying that we do not have to sit and wait for the man to provide. Right now what we can do is that we can also wake up, stand up, and then transform ourselves. Through what? Through doing something small that you can be able to generate an income.
Okay.
I've seen so many single mothers that men have left and married maybe another wife, and then a woman is staying with the children, 4 children, 3 children. You start begging. Now we are saying no more to begging. We are human beings, we are eligible, we are powerful, and we have the brains as women. What you can do, what I do now for the women out there is also that I'm also a business coach. Okay. I facilitate trainings whereby we support women, especially the women entrepreneurs. Okay. We do not mind which business you're doing, but also we line it to be able to be environmentally friendly business. We don't encourage businesses that are affecting our environment. So when you do, we can channel you, advise you on how to transform to a greener business. So we reach out to communities, we reach out to university students that are almost getting out from university, because we know these students also have small business within themselves, be it physical, be it you operate it online. We reach out to them, and then I facilitate how to be able to run a sustainable business, how to be able to look for customers, how are you able to market your products even when you have a product. I have a product here, but I don't know even how to look for customers, and also how are you able to tailor to look for the right customers for your products. You may be targeting different and wrong customers. So what I do is that I advise on how to target your products, which social media channels are right for your products or services, and also how to construct or how to develop a good business plan that can be funded. Also create a pitch decks, because we know when you're looking at pitching, you have to pitch to the funders or stakeholders, wherever you're pitching. I know that at the end of the day, you're looking for funding to fund your initiative. So what I do is that I'm also expertise in developing business plans and also pitch decks, especially for small-scale businesses. Okay. Now, what we do is that we work more with women because we believe that empowering a woman is empowering a nation. So.
Ah, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Okay, so your foundation, you are the CEO of Green Haven Living. Your foundation, do you work alone or you partner with private sectors, NGOs or government? How do you make money? How do you generate funds to push your goals to help reach out to women and youth in your locality? Whom do you work with?
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, like I've been saying, we support businesses, we empower them. So women, I have a big team behind me. I have a big team behind me that supports our work. I have partners. Personally, they reach out to me as an individual, but of course, these are different CSOs, organizations that reach out to me to be able to train their groups. There are groups of women, there are groups of students, and currently I am on 2 different projects that I support, not as a full-time staff because I also run a social enterprise, SOUQ. So I do not work as a full-time staff, but I come as a business trainer in that category. So we currently, I currently work with Bright Amanda Uganda in line with MasterCard Foundation, in partnership with MasterCard Foundation. They have a project called Kazi Generation. So we support, empower, facilitate as young women entrepreneurs, and also I also support the project called Power. Power is providing opportunities for young women entrepreneurs in reproductive health. It is also a project that is run by Action for Health Uganda. That is also a CSO, an organization. So you see that the different organization. I've also worked before with an organization called Gaio as a business facilitator. They had a project, a similar project like that, where I reached out to university students, giving them basic skills to run and bring social enterprises. And with this, I do not work alone. Definitely, these organizations, these teams come and then we work together. I bring in my expertise, then we see how to support different groups of people. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, Sharon. So I was going to ask this question because I know you're talking to us, but many African women are probably interested in some of the ideas that you have. So help us with this one. What kind of businesses or business ideas can you suggest to women that are climate friendly or green climate or green economy? What kind of small businesses can you tell them so that they, as they hear it, they can try it out wherever they are?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, now to all the viewers and the listeners at this moment, I would really suggest that it's better we start small, because personally I started small and I know the power of starting small. It only takes a courage to start, because when you say that I'm waiting for big money to come, I'm waiting for someone to give me money, I'm waiting for someone to come and fund me, don't fund what you have not started. People fund for what has been in place. People find people find initial innovations that have started, that are showing results. So the small businesses that you can start, if you have the capacity to start, and I know that women, we have the capacity to start, because it takes only courage and saying that tomorrow I'm starting or today I'm starting. So one of the businesses that I would really encourage, Emmanuel, is it does not require a lot of money, because I've seen also the challenge with our women. They always be like, money, I need money to purchase materials. But honestly, one thing is the eco-friendly packages. The eco-friendly packages.
Hello, Sharon. Okay, I think we're having a network glitch there.
Because at some point, I needed to hang on a minute. I thought maybe she didn't get the question. But she went around and they said, okay, now let me tell you the answer. And she mentioned eco-friendly packaging. Now, I'm just going to explain, but the minute she said it, it hit me immediately in my head. I remember that's true. In Lagos State, for example, I think they passed a recent law as regards when you go to buy things in supermarkets, they don't give you you have to pay for nylons.
Yeah, yes.
But they moved to paper bags at some point instead of the regular nylons, because if you have to use a nylon, you have to pay a heavier price because they were trying to phase out using nylons. So when you say that, I was like, that's true. You could actually be doing paper packaging. And I'm sorry, I have to wait for her to finish because it was just started giving me, in cartoons when light bulbs just pop up your fire, I'm like, okay, this thing is actually, there's a way you can do these things with less money. Because I remember once upon a time, it used to be a thing. Some people will come around the area and they're looking for those cartons. Like those cartons. Yes. So and I always wondered what they did with it.
Yeah, I think at some point people the society, government, climate change activists started pushing that it's high time we understand that it takes a longer time for nylons, rubber
to degrade.
It is faster for paper to decompose and become something else. So now everyone is pushing for the green economy. Everyone is pushing that, yes. So let's push these things that stays too long on the soil, those things that kill our fishes in the river, those plastics. So let's see how we can convert them into something else. That's where recycling came from. That's why at a point you saw many people, okay, in fact, not some. That's what's trending now. In your party, people don't.
They don't pick your trash for you.
You see them, they pick trashes for you. They pick cartons. They pick nylons because now there are companies that are so much interested. Just bring the cartons.
They pay you for a stipend.
Now, before when it started, people run to malls. Okay, please, can I have cartons? Now, even malls, they have a store for cartons. Like you will see, whenever I go there, you will see the heaps of cartons.
Yeah, because people go buy it.
Now, people are employed in some of these malls. Your duty is to ensure that these cartons are properly arranged because a truck will come at some point to come and pick them up. And these things will be recycled instead of just being thrown away. So it actually helps the society, including plastics. It helps the society. So I don't know, between Leventis and Marina, so just by the sea, you will see some big...
Oh, yes.
Because people have come to see, yes, this thing is business. Instead of begging, just as Sharon said, instead of begging, why don't you pick these things?
Yes.
Some places, I don't know, there was this funny one. The guy who just was waiting for the guy to finish drinking his water.
I don't waiting for
it. It is business and it is actually
helping the
environment. And it is putting money on someone's table.
Yes. So, I mean, you already seen the chain reaction.
Exactly.
So just one thought or idea. I really can't wait for Sharon to come back and share some more ideas. But like I said, when she just said it, it clicked in my head. That's true.
Yeah.
And then so somebody sitting at home, find your way to hear something like this. You could see a business opportunity just around you.
Exactly.
You just need to open your eyes.
And that was what she was trying to talk about before the internet glitch came up. But we'll go on this quick break. When we come back, hopefully Sharon will be back and we'll be talking about other things because there are so many questions we really want to ask Sharon. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history,
ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. Please follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and follow Just Africa on YouTube as well. And please ensure you subscribe to the channel. Yes, we had some internet glitch before Sharon went off, but right now she is back and she is with us. Hello, Sharon.
Hello.
Hi, Sharon. Welcome back.
Thank you so much.
I knew you were telling us, some of the jobs that, women or young people could get into, especially the ones that are in line with, with the green economy and, of course, the ones that could support the climate. So you're reading out some of them for us.
Like, what are the businesses that young people can go into, or women, when asked regarding climate, green economy? Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. Those one of those green jobs or opportunities that women can really tap into is one, they can do the reusable sanitary towels because these ones they help so much with the girls and also help with the girls who are in school to keep them longer in schools and also be able to combat climate change because we are reducing on the disposable plastic pads that are currently on markets. So I believe that it is a very good initiative when someone comes out with that. And also, sometimes people would say it requires machines and what, but I've known a number of people who have done it with the hand sewing sanitary towels.
Okay.
It does not take a lot of time. It is just an experience that someone can just learn. And also on market, I've seen handmade machines that can be able to tailor, just like anyone can sit on a big machine, but this one works like a hand tailor. You can be able to sew using your hand, so it is cheaper, and also it can be able to do the same work that a machine could do. And then secondly, talking about the eco-friendly packages. With these ones, you can even try to brand depending on the orders you have. Someone can try using paper bags that can be able to speak about different companies. If you have an order of different companies or someone wants to give a gift to someone could innovate something from that because you see that papers, you can definitely access papers and there's so much waste, especially the paper waste that is always consumed from different offices, from different factories. And if you look at the schools, they dispose so much paper waste. How about if someone finds an opportunity to reach out to these schools, which dispose of these papers and get how see the opportunity of how to bring them together, then you can start something from that. And also another thing could be flowered recycles from the plastics. Plastics. We are currently, we are fighting against plastic pollution. But I think Uganda, we have a challenge that it's recently, not recently, but some years back, it was banned, but now it is something that we have to learn how to live with it because of different governments' interests and what. So you see that if we have to learn to live with plastics, what innovative thing can we do out of plastics? Now, they are always available. You cannot, in the streets of Kampala, you cannot walk like 5 kilometer or 2 kilometer and you've not found any plastic bottle disposed. So that means the opportunity is that the plastics are available in our communities. How about if someone could just find an initiative of saying that now let me collect these plastics? You can collect and dispose them off in the right companies. They can pay you for just collecting and taking them to those right companies because we have so many of them also who buys those plastics. Two, how about if you collect them and learn to innovate them in a decorative way? I've seen different flower vessels made out of those different plastic designs. And even on YouTube here, if someone uses good use of YouTube, can learn how to design these things. I don't know how many things I've learned on YouTube. Even cooking, myself, I didn't know how to cook. But YouTube was able to teach me different recipes, what to put and what to do. So what I mean is that you can teach something by yourself.
Yes.
Then also, how about if someone wouldn't really want to do that, how about if they can do backyard gardening? However small, however place you're living in, you do not need to be in a very big environment or your house has to be in a very big place. Just where you are, you can start small gardening. When you start small gardening, you use these plastics because you need containers to put your seeds so that you can have vegetables, you can have a wiki, you can have brutal. So how about if we use these plastics? You know these water cans, the plastic water cans? Those factories sometimes, when they get damaged, they do not use them. Now, how about if someone reaches out to those companies, especially those ones that are selling big water containers that they sell in offices and what, and then get a contract of getting those bottles, or maybe they will sell them, maybe you can get them even free, and start that backyard gardening, and then see how you can decorate them to fit in that small place where you live. I think with this, you do not have to get a lot of money to start. It just needs your courage, your heart to say that now, let me start, let me see something that is viable and also be able to, start. And also something that I would see, and it's a very good business. I think in the future I'll have to do it. It is collecting waste. Companies, very many companies are doing that, of course, in the cities. And also, I think someone can also find something to innovate. But you would say that you may need also money to buy vehicles that would collect.
Yes, yes, yes.
This one, I think one can with the company. Sharon, I do not have to have them to go to buy those vehicles, those trucks that collect waste. But using my marketing skills I have, I can be able to reach out to those companies that collect waste. I tell them I'm going to look for clients. I will use my skills like marketing skills to reach out to clients who want to be picked, waste to be picked. So these people sign me as their marketing personnel, and then I reach out to these homes. If I get like 20 homes, maybe I have a commission maybe of 10% from that money. And they be there, they call you, you make orders for them, and then they come to pick on the day they are available. It is also something very innovative, very nice. You're using your skills and also you're helping because you're doing something that you're passionate about and also something that is helping the community and also the environment because you're helping to reduce on the waste generated in the communities. How about if you become a green entrepreneur, like a skilled a facilitator or a trainer or a consultant? If I know some people who are good at training. Like me, my background is not in education. I didn't study education. Education, you become a teacher. I did not study education. But I just had the passion for education. And I used to see you become a teacher because I used to love to teach small children at home. I collect all the neighbors' kids, start teaching them. So it is a passion. How about if someone is passionate about environment and can become a consultant? Maybe reach out to want to teach your students green how to recycle. I want to teach these students. Could you give me just two hours? I can teach the students how to innovate green spaces because green spaces are very good. They look nice, and then you have that skill. You've learned your skill from the YouTube. You visit schools and you tell them how to make different designs of their compound, how to recycle their plastics, decorate in different classes, make decorations with plastics. They can pay you for that work because you're helping them to have something beautiful. So I think there are so many things that someone can really do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aaron. In fact, you've listed so many businesses.
Even I, as a man, I'm going to take some of them.
Because I actually wanted to ask about training, like going to schools and all that, and you've
just talked to that. Yeah,
you get it. So most of the things you're doing right now, most of the empowerment, the awareness, and everything right now is for the women and the girl child. And empowerment, I feel shouldn't just be maybe just for the women. Don't you think not doing something for the boy child or the man, not empowering the boy or the man would create some kind of tensions in the nearest future, and someone is going to say that maybe after all, it's the women that they are empowering, they are not empowering the men in Uganda. What do you have to say about that?
Yes, well, I understand that there is currently a gap when you look at the boy child, how boy child has been neglected and how women are empowered. Some of the boys who are my friends, they always tell me, girl child has been over-empowered. I'd be like, we have not been over-empowered. The thing is that because we are vulnerable, and every day, you know, the number of children that are born in this world, every day girl child, at least children are, like young babies are born. Every day someone is transforming from adolescent to maybe a womanhood. Someone is also transforming maybe from a baby. Like every day there's someone that is coming. So that's why we always need to mentor more and more women. Where Sharon is tomorrow, someone will be in my position, and then I'll be also in my mom's shoes now. Now, coming back to your question,
why people think that the boy child has been neglected, are we empowering only women? The fact is, it is not the fact. The fact is, it's not true. We are empowering both women and girls. However, many of these opportunities, you find that the women are the ones that are coming for them. You see? Now, you may say, okay, because now the businesses also, if, like, for example, the trainings are targeting only women entrepreneurs and men not entrepreneurs. Men are entrepreneurs, but trust me, if you do a training and then you say that now men entrepreneurs training, this location, time, date, you post and then you advertise. You sit down and wait for men to come. They'll come like 3. They'll come like 3 in a so you see that they will not be reliable, but women in time, on time, and also those who come also a bit late, maybe they are dropping their children to school, but they will show up. So that is also some of the challenges we are facing with men. And also when you look at, men also have that mentality of them saying, this thing is for women, this thing is for women. Now, for example, the pads we do at SOUQ, we train both men and women, because in advocacy we have a boy-child champions. We want boy-child to understand, be okay, open-minded about when you hold a sanitary pad, does not mean that you also menstruate. No, it means that you love to see women living a dignified life and living meaningfully life. So what we have to do is to remove all those stereotypes, the mentality of maybe our forefathers did to the men, and also maybe the words they used to speak, the grants we didn't even see, so that men can really transform. And that's why it is also important, equally important, to mentor both women and men. Because when we have an over-empowered girl child, this girl child at the end of the day, they'll get married to a man who is not empowered at all. Yes. They will not live together.
Exactly. Exactly.
So the cycle continues.
You see.
So you find that you have to empower both of them and remove their mentality, their thinking, and then be like, no, you're equal as a woman. A woman is also equal as a man. Can we have this both for both of us? Look at the positivities, the possibilities. If it's positive, show it to a man in a positive way, show it to a woman in a positive way. Definitely, if a man is empowered. Now, for example, I always tell my brother, I mean, this house our father built is not for you, because it's the mentality that like they used to have. The house is for the boys. My mother always tells us the house is for both of you. Even when I live today, even when I'm not around today, this house, no one should ever chase you that you go to your husband or you go to your woman. This house will accommodate all of you because you're all my children and you're all equal. So it is now they grow up. Now they have grown up to live that. Even when I don't want to stay, maybe if things fail in my marriage or anywhere, I'll come back and stay home. Not my brothers chasing me that this house is for us because we are boys. So that is now why we have to empower both of them. And I really do that in my advocacy. I really do that. I love empowering boy child and also a girl child as well. Because we have to be two. I mean, we are compatible. We have to be together, yeah.
Okay. So Sharon, I want you to, you've been doing this thing since 2022, as like you said. Share with us a success story, like something that still you started and is still ongoing because of what you led. Share, even if it's just one success story.
Yes. One of the success story I would talk about in my activism when I started is I started with passion. My passion and my vision has not changed. I've seen so many people who have tried moving from having they had the passion, but when they showed them a different direction of maybe where money is better or maybe where money comes from, they have redirected the channel to another sector or maybe advocate for others. But what I would be proud of is that my passion for community empowerment and environment God has blessed me that I've been able to work in that line even when I started work, like employment, when I left the university, my employment was also, I think God also had a reason. My employment, I did not study environment, by the way. I did not study environmental science at the university. I did a course in business management. So,
Yeah.
but my line of work, when I left university, my first job was working with a solar company that was distributing solar lights in a grassroots community in villages down in Uganda. So, and that's from there, I also had another company that employed me that also was dealing in briquettes and energy. So my line of work has not changed, and also I think it has helped me to keep focused. Even when I started my own, to start running my own enterprises and initiatives, my passion did not change at all. It was still in line, and I think that is also a good achievement. And today I am able to, say that I can be able to speak proudly about my journey, and also I can be able to track the small records, the small achievements. For example, I registered a CBO, which is also in line with the environment. It's called Green Homeland. Today, I registered a social enterprise, a company limited by shares with the Uganda Registration Service Bureau, that's URSB. I registered it early this year, and also it's called She Greens Enterprises Limited. So you see how the green is following me slowly. So I think that I'm also able to achieve some partnership. I've also acquired some partnerships with different organizations. I've mentioned currently Bright Amanda Uganda Mastercard Foundation, Green Africa Youth Organizations. I've also had a partnership with Smart Women in Environment. I've also registered as a member with Women in Climate Change Movement, currently in Uganda. I've also currently secured some small funding for my innovations. Green Homeland Initiative has been funded at least twice on a project that was tackling plastic awareness campaign, but also currently the menstrual hygiene management, where we have been funded and supported to purchase machines. And so we shall be kickstarting off our project, I think December, to train and support young women and girls to do these reusable sanitary towels, and also be able to link them to employment opportunities. Because when they acquire a skill, not only doing pad, but also a skill to how to make my top tight a bit, my skirt is big, can you reduce it a bit? That skill of tailoring shall be able also to link them to employment opportunities in town where they need us. So that's what we are looking at, and that is under Green Homeland. So we've been supported by some group of environmental lovers from Germany that supported us in that, and also I think I can register that as an achievement. Really, very few CBOs that have been funded. If you can track, very few that can be funded, but we are lucky that we have been able to get such opportunity. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Sharon. Are there policies in Uganda that are not helping your work or making the work faster the way you want it to go? And you want the government of Uganda to maybe reshape or reconsider those policies?
Yes, I beg your pardon?
Yes, I was asking if there are policies, Uganda policies, that the lawmakers have made that are slowing down the goals of climate change in Uganda. As an activist, what are some of those laws, what are some of those policies you think that the government needs to change to help achieve the set goals that will help the climate change activity faster, move faster? Hello, Sharon? Okay.
Yes, hello?
All right.
Sorry.
So did you get the question? We want to just find out, are there government policies that make your work difficult or easier?
Yes, some of the government policies, especially in Uganda, where I come from, that the government has promised, and also maybe they have not been achieved, and some maybe have been achieved. I would mention a few that are in line into my work. First of all, I think we are now currently moving towards the election time. And we're voting in next year as a country. We shall be voting next year in January. So from the last term that we had until now, the 5 years has passed. We have had so many, under the Ministry of Water and Environment, we have had so many policies under review and also being evaluated and also being passed. And one of the policies that I can be proud of is they are passed successfully, and it is about funding funding youth innovations. Funding youth innovations that we have been advocating quite a lot, that if the youth are doing innovations, especially with the green innovations, can they be supported? Can you link them up to opportunities where they can be funded so that they can be able to move their successful innovations well? And what I can say is that the government has not come out with a direct money or fund to support, but at least they have created avenues. I can be happy that they have created avenues. For example, the parish development model, that is one of the government's program. The government also has the youth livelihood programs, where the government cannot invest in one person, but they put money in they put money, you apply as an individual, but also as a group.
Okay.
Able to access money, sustainable business that can be able to hit the market. So we have such programs the government has put to support youth. Now, for example, the PDM has 30%. They have given 30% should be youth. That means if I'm a youth, I go to my local division, I ask the town clerk how to apply for this. They guide you. You put in your innovation, and then your money in just a few months, your money comes direct to your mobile money account. So it doesn't have that long bureaucracy channels whereby you have to get it through a person. The person has a commission, you directly to be able to push your business. It is equity, of course, it's a debt. You pay, but you don't pay even immediately. You first use it for the whole year, then the next year you start to pay how much.
Wow.
You see how much.
Wow.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, before we go, there is a young lady out there right now. There is a young guy out there right now who wants to go into climate change activism. He wants to become active, become an activist as well as you. But maybe due to some setback, the person is holding back as well because doesn't know where to start from, how to start, or what to even do. What is your advice to that young woman out there, maybe in Uganda, currently watching you?
Yes, I'll speak for Uganda, but also Africa, because I'm an African woman. So I would say that anyone who is out there, a young lady, a young girl out there who wants to start this journey, who wants to start the environmental activism, it takes nothing to start. It takes nothing to start. What I have to tell them, what I tell my mentees, is that it takes only passion to start. Why it takes passion? You cannot proudly speak about something you're not passionately about. Even when your target is money, that Sharon is speaking because is earning. If that is the mentality someone will have, that let me go earn because I think this girl is earning, it is very wrong. It is very wrong. This one takes passion to start. When we started, I even invested in my own. I would tell you that I invested in my own salary that I was earning by that time to be able to run CBO organization activities. For example, people come do a cleanup and they need some water because they have been there on the stand the whole day. Definitely, if you have like a small saving, you pull it out and then purchase some water for them to be able to quench their thirst. So you see that you're doing that and no one will even have to refund you back. But because you're happy when they're asking water and you're able to provide, the equipment, they are coming for a cleanup, yes, they will support your community, but they're not coming with their hose, their spades, their legs. You have to provide these things, equipment, gloves, boots. Definitely, where are you going to get them from? You may ask from different organizations, they may not give you. So do you have your own? You will not get them for free. You have to purchase. So that's how you have to also think. So I think it takes, you have passion. Even when you invest money, it takes if I even hurt you that I've put my money, I've saved for a long time, you will be happy because you're seeing people happy. I love to see, my happiness is when I see people happy. Like, it is also the thing that makes me really happy. So when I see that I've given, I do not mind if I've left with a single coin in my pocket, as long as my mission is fulfilled. That's it. So come with a passion, then we are good to go. You will do this thing very happily without any compromise. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we are also happy that you are here. Don't worry.
Thank you so much.
But I'm not going to let you go because
go.
I really wanted to find out, what does Natukunda mean?
Yes. Natukunda means she loves us.
I mean, come on. And I mean, you're a happy person. You love to see people happy, and your name just manifests everything. Thank you so much for being on the show today, Sharon.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Yes, we'll be having this robust conversation with Natukunda Sharon, a Ugandan social entrepreneur and founder of Green Haven Living, GHL, a community-driven initiative promoting clean energy and sustainable living. As a clean energy champion and a Miss Climate Change Uganda, Sharon is redefining climate action through business, creating jobs, advocating for policy change, and empowering women to lead the green transition from the grassroots. Thank you so much, Sharon, for coming on to this show.
Bit of correction, it's Green Homeland Initiative, yeah.
Okay, Green Homeland.
Green Homeland.
Green Homeland, okay. Thank you so much for that correction. All right, Amulu.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've learned, and I think the biggest take home is those businesses that, you know, people could start on their own, and I'm sure whoever listens, especially to that part, can think of business ideas they can start. And many of them are not so capital intensive.
Yes.
And from those little corners, you're feeding yourself, you're helping the environment, and of course, the larger picture is to get the climate to get better. So I like the fact that people are doing this in small communities, and we can also borrow that same thing here in Nigeria and other African countries. Because look, to be honest, I had the same conversation with a friend of mine this morning. It looks like everybody's looking at Africa right now as the place that is less tainted with so much chemicals, so much pollution. It's the real motherland, and it looks like we are backward because many of us are still closer to nature here in Africa. But the truth is, the way we are growing at the pace that we are growing, everybody wants to get a chunk of it. And God has blessed us. Let us use these resources that God has given us to better the continent.
I just want to ask you one question. When last did you see anything iron on the street? Maybe iron, anything that
iron condemn has helped us to pick it up.
you understand. So until we'll also understand that plastics and anything that can cause harm to the environment we are can actually produce or help generate income for your household, we will still be waiting for white-collar jobs. Because just as Amula said, iron condemn has.
I literally have to use the local balance.
You know, today's conversation with Natukunda Sharon reminds us that climate action in Africa is not just a policy, it's a people movement. Entrepreneurs like her are proving that sustainability can be both a livelihood and a legacy. Governments must build enabling policies that support women-led green enterprises. Businesses must invest in innovation that uplifts both people and the planet. And we citizens must see waste not as a burden, but as the beginning of opportunity. Because Africa's green future won't be imported. It will be invented by those bold enough to act. That is our message from today's episode of Just Africa. Until we come your way next week, tomorrow, I am Omevi Idolo. And please follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to Just Africa. Thank you for watching.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that When the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, her younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an exports-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Food exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme. for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kupi Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Jah People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, FSHEC delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, FSHEC envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice. With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, FSHEC expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, FSHEC celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek FSHEC delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek FSHEC as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector-driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. but now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in house, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously, from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said, today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian, is up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency For the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Fellow Nigerians, Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Let's begin with today's top stories. FRS Chairman Zaka Dedeji says proposed tax plan will exempt 95% of Nigerians from paying taxes. AFDB approves $500 million loan for Nigeria's economic governance and energy transition program. President Trump says South Africa barred from attending 2026 G20 summit in Florida. UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves unveils £26 billion tax hike, but debt projected to rise until 2030. Nigeria's men's basketball team, the Tigers, begin 2027 FIBA World Cup African qualifiers on Thursday. Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji, has disclosed that 95% of Nigerians will be exempt from paying taxes under the proposed new tax framework as part of efforts to create a fairer and more efficient system. Speaking in Ilorin after receiving an award from the University of Ilorin Alumni Association, Adedeji said the new regime is designed to reduce the burden on low-income earners while ensuring that high-net-worth individuals contribute more to public revenue. He explained that the move aligns with ongoing reforms aimed at expanding the tax base without overburdening the poor, encouraging voluntary compliance, and boosting non-oil revenue in a sustainable manner. The Organic Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association of Nigeria, OFPSAN, has urged the federal government to maintain its exclusive control over the importation of fertilizer raw materials, warning that relaxing the policy could destabilize the market and harm local industry. Speaking in Abuja, OFSAN President Alhaji Adams Musa said the current regime is crucial to shielding local producers from unfair competition, curbing the influx of substandard products, and preventing price volatility in the agro-input market. He noted that exclusive import control ensures consistency in input availability, protects farmers from adulterated fertilizers, and supports Nigeria's broader goal of agricultural self-sufficiency. The group also stressed the policy's economic value in promoting local production, job creation, and industrial growth within the fertilizer value chain. The African Development Bank, AFDB, has approved a $500 loan to support the second phase of Nigeria's Economic Governance and Energy Transition Support Program, EGET-SP, aimed at improving public financial management and accelerating the country's shift toward cleaner energy. The program, which aligns with Nigeria's Energy Transition Plan launched in 2022, seeks to achieve universal energy access by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2060. The AFDB said the loan will help strengthen fiscal consolidation, enhance non-oil revenue mobilization, and improve transparency in public spending, critical for long-term economic stability. On the energy front, the funding is expected to drive reforms that attract private capital into renewables, improve power sector efficiency, and reduce reliance on fossil fuels. The initiative reflects Nigeria's commitment to a climate-resilient and inclusive economy, balancing development needs with sustainability goals amid global energy transition efforts. Credits to Nigeria's private sector rose significantly to 74.41 trillion naira in October 2025, up from 72.53 trillion naira in September, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria's latest money and credit statistics. The 1.188 trillion naira increase represents a 2.6% month-on-month growth, the strongest boost recorded so far in 2025. This surge followed the Monetary Policy Committee's decision in September to cut the monetary policy rate by 50 points to 27%, marking the first reduction since 2020. The rate cut came amid easing inflation and improving foreign exchange conditions. Analysts say the increased credit availability could stimulate economic activity and support businesses as Nigeria navigates its recovery in a more favorable monetary environment. The Nigerian Air Force and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, have reaffirmed their partnership to bolster the protection of critical oil and gas infrastructure nationwide. This renewed commitment was revealed in a statement by NAS Director of Public Relations, Air Commodore Ehime Ejodame, following a strategic meeting held at the NAF headquarters in Abuja. The collaboration was reinforced during a courtesy visit by the Chief of the Air Staff, CAS, Air Marshal Sunday Kelvin Aneke, to the NNPC Group Chief Executive Officer, Bayo Ujulari. Both parties acknowledged the growing security threats to Nigeria's energy assets and agreed to intensify joint surveillance, air support, and intelligence gathering. The partnership is expected to play a key role in safeguarding vital national economic assets and ensuring energy sector stability in the face of persistent sabotage and pipeline vandalism. The International Energy Agency, IEA, has reiterated that Nigeria's gas resources remain pivotal to closing Africa's energy access deficit, where nearly 600 million people still lack electricity. The agency made this known during a courtesy visit to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, aimed at deepening collaboration on data integrity, upstream governance, investment climate, and Nigeria's energy transition roadmap. The IEA stressed that even if Africa were to fully develop all its identified gas reserves, global carbon emissions would increase by just 0.5%. This, it said, highlights the negligible climate impact and reinforces Africa's right to explore its energy resources for development. The agency maintained that Nigeria's vast gas potential places it in a strategic position to lead energy access efforts on the continent while supporting cleaner, more inclusive growth. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has warned Nigerians to ignore a fake online advertisement claiming it is recruiting aviation security SOUQ personnel through an unofficial link. In a statement released on Thursday and signed by Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Henry Agbebire, FAN described the viral message as fake, misleading, and not connected to FAN in any way. The agency clarified that it is not conducting any SOUQ recruitment and urged the public to verify job-related information only through official channels. FAN's warning follows the spread of a fraudulent notice that falsely claimed an ongoing recruitment complete with a suspicious application link. The authority emphasized that it will not be held liable for any losses incurred by individuals who fall victim to such scams. FAN assured the public that genuine recruitment exercises will be formally announced through authorized government platforms. Nigerians are divided on how best to grow their money, according to a recent street survey. When asked whether they prefer investment or sports betting, opinions reflected a balance between caution and risk-taking. Some respondents highlighted the stability of traditional investment channels. I prefer investment. It is safer, and even if it grows slowly, at least it's steady, said one participant. Others favored the thrill of sports betting. Honestly, I go for sports betting. It is risky, but the returns can be really high if you know what you're doing. Another stated, a few people said they mix both approaches to manage risk while pursuing high returns. Financial experts caution that while sports betting can provide quick gains, long-term wealth is more reliably built through structured investments. As Nigerians navigate different avenues to grow their finances, the debate continues. Is steady growth or high-risk reward the smarter strategy?
I think, first of all, it becomes an habit. and it's something you want to indulge in over and over again before, then it now becomes an addiction, and you can't just stop doing it. And it gives you this high rush of adrenaline, especially when you put small amounts, immediately you are cashing out. So it gives you that high. So whatever gives you that high, can also give you that low as fast as possible. So the security of the investment to begin with, and with sport betting, it's too high risk. And with bonds, at least, especially when you're doing federal government bonds, I mean, your money is secure. Not that it's completely secure, but the risk is very minimal, and it's something I can personally handle.
If I don't lose with that too. I don't lose with that. I just do my own lane. If you chop me also, but na business. Na business you call na business. But na quickly money, na make me play am. And it's give me extra the money I used to bet on.
Preferably, I will go for investment in shares. But once I notice, in the sense that, okay, if you invest in shares, subsequently, years later, that shares you have invested in will give you a multiple source of income. You understand, or more money in your bank account, depending on the bank and then how they, coordinate and then run their own investment in shares. Then, on the other hand, sports betting is a 50-50 something. It's a form of investment too, in the sense that, like for instance, some of my friends, my childhood friends, secondary school mates, a whole lot of them, they are making millions of naira. At the same time, they also lose a huge amount of money. So it's risky.
Still to come in the news, U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi to avoid further escalation with China amid rising tensions over Taiwan. That will be after the break. Stay with us.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit.
Welcome back. World News on SOUQ News Television. U.S. President Donald Trump has declared that South Africa will not be invited to participate in the 2026 G20 summit set to take place in Florida following Washington's boycott of the recent Leaders Summit in Johannesburg. The White House accused South Africa of weaponizing its presidency of the G20 after the final declaration addressing climate change and other global challenges was adopted without U.S. endorsement. South Africa's exclusion is being viewed by Pretoria as a punitive diplomatic move. President Cyril Ramaphosa's office responded by calling Trump's remarks regrettable, noting that U.S. representatives failed to attend the Johannesburg summit. Ramaphosa added that official G20 handover documents were duly presented to a U.S. embassy official at South Africa's Foreign Affairs Department. The diplomatic rift casts uncertainty over Africa's engagement in next year's summit and highlights growing tensions around global governance and multilateral cooperation. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, and Sierra Leone have reached a staff-level agreement on the first and second reviews of the country's Extended Credit Facility, ECF, unlocking around $78.8 million in fresh financing. The IMF disclosed the agreement on Wednesday, stating that the funds will support Sierra Leone's economic reforms, help stabilize its macroeconomic framework, and address external financing needs. The ECF program, which aims to reduce debt vulnerabilities and promote sustainable growth, has been crucial to Sierra Leone's recovery efforts amid global economic pressures and domestic fiscal challenges. The new disbursement is expected to boost investor confidence, support budget execution, and strengthen the country's balance of payments. India has approved $815.3 million scheme to ramp up domestic production of rare earth permanent magnets, REPMs, in a strategic move to reduce reliance on imports, particularly from China, and secure critical supply chains. The plan, worth 72.8 billion rupees, was announced on Tuesday following cabinet approval. It aims to position India as a key player in REPM production, which is vital to industries like electric vehicles, renewable energy, and aerospace. Rare earth magnets are among the strongest permanent magnets and are used in advanced technologies, with domestic demand expected to double by 2030. New Delhi sees this as a crucial step toward energy transition and industrial competitiveness. The government noted that this investment will strengthen India's self-reliance in critical minerals and high-tech manufacturing while supporting global clean energy goals. Taiwan has begun preliminary discussions with the United States regarding its intended weapons purchases under a newly proposed $40 billion supplementary defense budget, Defense Minister Wellington Koo confirmed on Thursday. The talks followed President Lai Ching-te's announcement of the multi-year defense package, scheduled to run from 2026 to 2033, aimed at strengthening Taiwan's military posture amid escalating security threats from China. The budget underscores Taipei's determination to modernize its armed forces and deepen defense cooperation with Washington, its key international security partner. While no specific weapon systems were disclosed, experts anticipate interest in advanced missiles, air defense systems, and naval assets to bolster deterrence capabilities. Bank of Singapore plans to boost investment in hiring and technology as part of its ambition to break into Asia's top 5 private banks within 5 years, CEO Jason Moo said. The strategy comes on the back of a nearly 20% rise in assets under management, which exceeded $145 billion in third quarter 2025. The bank is capitalizing on Asia's rapid wealth expansion, with the region recording a 4.8% increase in high net worth individual wealth in 2024, second only to North America, according to Captain Gimme. Moo said the bank will prioritize digital infrastructure and talent acquisition to improve client experience and scale up operations across key markets, including Greater China, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. Lebanon and Cyprus on Wednesday signed a landmark maritime demarcation agreement, opening the door for joint offshore gas exploration and broader energy cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean. The deal, signed at the presidential palace in Beirut by Lebanese President Jason Aoun and Cypriot President Nikos Christodoulides, resolves long-standing maritime boundary issues and aligns with European Union efforts to diversify energy sources amid global supply disruptions. Both leaders described the agreement as a turning point that strengthens bilateral ties and positions the Mediterranean as a future energy hub. For Lebanon, the deal could unlock investment in its untapped gas reserves and provide a badly needed economic boost, while Cyprus reinforces its strategic role within the EU's energy security framework. Energy analysts say the pact may encourage further regional cooperation among Eastern Mediterranean countries and attract international interest in offshore drilling ventures. And now, U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi to avoid further escalation with China amid rising tensions over Taiwan, according to sources familiar with recent bilateral talks. Trump's appeal comes as he seeks to maintain a fragile trade war truce with Beijing. The U.S. president is reportedly concerned that provocative statements could derail progress made in recent U.S.-China negotiations, including agricultural purchases and rare earth export policy adjustments. The diplomatic flare-up was triggered when Taikaichi told Parliament that Japan could consider military action if China attacked Taiwan, and such an attack posed a threat to Japan. The statement drew sharp criticism from Beijing and has heightened anxieties in the region. Trump's intervention signals Washington's balancing act, reaffirming alliances while avoiding actions that could provoke a wider Asia-Pacific conflict with potential global economic fallout. In other news today, Venezuela has revoked the operating licenses of several airlines that suspended flights to the country following a security warning issued by the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration. Please stay with us.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses, both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, The success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Thank you for staying with us. UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves unveiled a new budget, raising taxes by around £26 billion, but Britain's debt is still projected to rise until 2029 to 2030. Most of the revenue-raising measures will take effect only months before the next general election. The Resolution Foundation warned that the fiscal repair job remains incomplete, emphasizing that delayed tax measures limit the budget's immediate impact on public finances and economic stability. Analysts predict that Reeves will need to return with more bracing budgets to tackle structural deficits and restore confidence in Britain's long-term economic management. Long-term net migration to the United Kingdom fell to 204,000 in the year to June 2025, marking a significant drop of nearly two-thirds of the previous year, according to official figures released on Thursday. The sustained decline reflects the impact of tougher government immigration policies, including stricter visa rules and higher salary thresholds aimed at reducing the inflow of foreign workers. Immigration has remained a central issue in British politics for over a decade. Recent governments have intensified efforts to control both legal and illegal migration amid growing public pressure. The latest data reinforces the effects of measures implemented to curb arrivals, particularly from non-European countries, while some sectors of the economy continue to call for relaxed immigration rules to address labor shortages. Policymakers appear committed to prioritizing tighter border controls ahead of the next general election. Holland plans to kick off 2026 with multiple foreign currency bond sales to meet rising borrowing needs and manage its fiscal deficit, which has been under pressure due to higher military spending. The Finance Ministry expects strong investor interest to support these issuances. The country may issue bonds in dollars, euros, and possibly yen during the first quarter and front-load its annual calendar of international debt sales. Karol Sinecki, the Finance Ministry's public debt chief, said, "This approach aims to ensure sufficient liquidity and maintain investor confidence." Poland sold around 10.8 billion euros, that is $12.4 billion, in foreign bonds in 2025, and plans to issue between 10 billion euros and 12 billion euros in 2026. The strategy reflects a proactive effort to fund government obligations while managing debt sustainability amid ongoing fiscal pressures. Venezuela has revoked the operating licenses of several airlines that suspended flights to the country following a security warning issued by the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration. The move comes amid heightened tensions over aviation safety and geopolitical disagreements. The National Institute of Civil Aviation accused the carriers of participating in acts of state terrorism promoted by the United States government after the halted operations. The notice that prompted the suspension came from an authority without jurisdiction over Venezuelan airspace. The agency's statement, originally posted on Instagram and later deleted, reflects Venezuela's firm stance against foreign influence over its aviation sector. The revocation underscores growing strain between Caracas and airlines complying with U.S. advisories. Nigeria's men's basketball team, the Tigers, kick off their 2027 FIBA World Cup African qualifiers on Thursday with a mission to avoid missing out on the global stage again. Following the Super Eagles' failure to qualify for the Men's Football World Cup, the Tigers bear the responsibility of restoring national pride through a strong basketball showing. Their campaign starts in Tunis, where Nigeria will face host Tunisia in the opening Group C fixture today. The team is determined to secure qualification and keep Nigeria's sporting hopes alive on the world stage. Leeds United are weighing up a £13 million move for Crystal Palace attacker Christantos Uche, though FIFA rules are expected to delay any potential transfer until the summer. Reports suggest the 22-year-old Nigerian, who joined Palace on loan from Getafe with a purchase clause triggered after 10 Premier League starts, has failed to impress, registering just 8 minutes of top-flight action so far. Palace manager Olivier Glasner has shown visible frustration with Uche's progress. Asked about the player's performance levels in training, Glasner paused notably before avoiding a direct response. The limited game time means Palace may avoid triggering the obligation to buy clause, opening the door for Leeds' interest. However, FIFA's 3-club rule, which restricts players from representing more than 2 clubs in a season, would likely postpone any form of switch until the current campaign ends. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a reset of today's stories. FIRS Chairman SOUQ Adedeji says proposed tax plan will exempt 95% of Nigerians from paying taxes. AFDB approves $500 million loan for Nigeria's economic governance and energy transition program. President Trump says South Africa barred from attending 2026 G20 summit in Florida. UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves unveils £26 billion tax hike, but debt projected to rise until 2030. Nigeria's men's basketball team, the Tigers, begin 2027 FIBA World Cup African qualifiers today. Thanks for watching. Please follow us on all social platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
I think first of all, it becomes an habit, and it's something you want to indulge in over and over again. Then it now becomes an addiction, and you can't just stop doing it. And it gives you this high rush of adrenaline, especially when you put small amounts, immediately you are cashing out. So it gives you that high. So whatever gives you that high can also give you that low as fast as possible. So the security of the investment to begin with, and with sport betting, is too high risk. And with bonds, at least, especially when you're doing federal government bonds, I mean, your money is secure. Not that it's completely secure, but the risk is very minimal, and it's something I can personally handle.
If I don't lose with that too. I don't lose with that. I just do my own lane. If you chop me also, but na business. Na business you call am business. But na quickly money, na make me play am. And it's give me extra the money I used to bet am.
Preferably, I will go for investment in shares. But once I notice, in the sense that, okay, if you invest in shares, subsequently, years later, that shares you have invested in will give you a multiple source of income. You understand, or more money in your bank account, depending on the bank and then how they, coordinate and then run their own investment in shares. Then, on the other hand, sports betting is a 50-50 something. It's a form of investment too, in the sense that, like for instance, some of my friends, my childhood friends, secondary school mates, a whole lot of them, they are making millions of naira. At the same time, they also lose a huge amount of money. So it's risky.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a national economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year, being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji's philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the a headquarters of company that produce the good or service. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, It became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective. In the heart of Africa's growing hospitality landscape, where service and professionalism go hand in hand, the Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025 unfolded in grand style. Held on the 28th and 29th of June at the Lagos Continental Hotel, the 2-day gathering welcomed top hospitality professionals, experts, students, and stakeholders from across the continent. Hosted by Sunday Olubenga Omotayo, the conference was a celebration of growth, excellence, and the power of local talent.
Welcome to Lagos. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to the future of hospitality. In this room, it is strong and brilliance of Africa's hospitality industry. Professionals who have turned challenges into success, created unforgettable guest experiences, and driven measurable growth. You are not here by chance. You are here because you recognize that the hospitality landscape is evolving faster than ever. What worked 5 years ago may be obsolete today. But those in this room don't just keep up with change. You lead. Talk to someone, you lead. This is more than a conference. It's a movement. A movement to raise the standard of African hospitality and prove that we don't just follow global trends. We set there. Put your hands together for yourself. So I shall direct hard questions. The first professor of hotel management and tourism is here, Professor SOUQ walked up to him and said, I asked him hard questions. Dr. Belinda is here, who was the big name when it comes to hospitality in the world, the global player, has hard questions. Build connections. Make at least 10 friends, not old one, not new friends, from different countries. There in this room. Welcome to Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025.
Adding to the event's impact was the presence of Femi Wash Limited, whose media subsidiary, SOUQ News Television, served as the official media partner, offering live coverage, red carpet interviews, and podcast sessions that amplified the voices and stories shaping the industry. One of the event's high points was a series of insightful keynote sessions that tackled key challenges and emerging trends in hotel management. Professor Wasiu Babalola, SVP Africa at Content Worldwide Hotels, Turkey, and Academia with Atiba University, Oyo State, Nigeria, shared a thought-provoking address. Ahmed Raza, District Director, Nigeria, Radisson Hotel Group, shared insight on hospitality in Africa, driving excellence through local talent, highlighting the importance of investing in indigenous professionals for long-term growth. Dr. Belinda Nwoso, FIH of Lagos Business School, also gave a powerful talk on the future of hospitality, integrating global standards to drive excellence. Other speakers included Dr. Michael Pinda, General Manager of JS Signature Hotel, and Dr. Iyaduni Badebo, Director of Sales and Marketing at Eco Hotels and Suites, who contributed to discussions on hospitality development across the continent.
It's a pleasure to be here. Every one of you in this room, you are a gift. Thank you for the work that you do. A round of applause for yourself. I was reflecting this morning, thinking about how long I've been in the industry. Since 1998. Some of you were not born. And this is just an honor to be here and to see how far this industry has come over the years, over the decades. I'm going to talk about the future of hospitality. The future is already here, like Brenda has told us. But what are we going to do on our part to be part of that future? Global standards to deliver excellence. These global standards, we need to understand what they are and how they impact us as people and managers. So the first question I want to ask, and I want a response, if your hotel fails, who's to be fired first? I've had some very powerful insights that I want to share with you, because at the end of the day, yes, we want to be global, but we need to look within as well. What is it that needs to change? So some of these insights, so here, there's 5 nuggets. One is leadership development. We're going to talk about that. Networks and sponsors. Global currency, very, very important. Personal integrity. The fact that I put it forth doesn't mean it's not the most important. And finally, human flourishing. I will speak about that.
event has been very good. It's growing every year. It's becoming dynamic, and the one place you have to come to every year to see what's going on, to network, and to help yourselves in your careers. We need to look at the future of our industry, and sustainability is important.
This event is, I would cap it as a storytelling of Nigerian hospitality. Started with various events in different parts of the country, and now it has now metamorphosed into Hotel Managers Conference Africa. So we're here to tell the story of the African hospitality sector. It's been an awesome experience. Sincerely, from yesterday, we had the keynote speaker, Dr. Belinda from Lagos Business School, and she spoke quite a lot, and what actually still triggers in me is team strength and individual strength. And then today we now had Dr. Duni, who from Eco Hotel, Director of Sales and Marketing, and she spoke about storytelling.
My first time was last year, and this is my second time of attending HMC, and I can tell you for free, it's been very insightful. I want a situation whereby the hospitality industry will not be a dump of where anybody can just venture into. I want it to be a place where people that know their onions dive into the system.
Coming here today, I discovered that there is a whole lot to learn, and I've been learning. But what has really amazed me is the fact that Mr. Benga has been able to put this together and to ensure that there is no competition amongst hoteliers, but a synergy, and for people to work together to see that the hospitality business in Nigeria and in Africa is projected to the outside world.
Being here, I think it's a wonderful thing. Hopefully we can expand it to other African countries and just unitedly just bring Africa up.
We're not just here tonight. Okay. We are actually the head sponsor. Nice. So we didn't just come in first. It was a big one, so we just had to take the bull by the horn.
You want to do this again and again?
Yes, most definitely. HMC has come to stay already, and HMC is actually a big one, so yeah, why not?
The event also marked a significant milestone for students of the Hotel Managers School, who received certificates after completing their training, symbolizing a new generation of skilled professionals ready to shape the industry.
The event has been a very impactful event. It has been a very knowledgeable event. It has been an event that we need to even have it for a week long, to carry on for 1 week, because it has been an event that a lot of things have been taught here, especially when I listened to the presentation of the keynote speaker, somebody like Dr. Belinda. Dr. Belinda talked so much about the hospitality, and she shared more light of some things that we have been neglecting without knowing that that's what has been. So this event has been so much impactful, and we listened to Dr. Panda speak, and it has been so much impactful, and all the speakers for this event, they have shared knowledge.
The 7th edition of Hotel Managers Conference has been remarkable. It's been educating, informative, and transformative, and it's just been a wow. And a big shout out to the organizer, the convener, Mr. Lugbenga Sunday Ombatayo, the veteran consultants.
This is my second time in this event, and I am very, very happy to be here, because here it's an avenue to express and get more experience, especially in the hospitality industry. We believe in growth, and I want to see the hospitality growing from this level to the next level.
So we're here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn. We've been into hospitality for years, so we know things have been evolving, things have been changing, so we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn.
Why we are both here is because hospitality is a very vast industry. So we see it as something that can improve us on what we are doing on our business, how to relate with people, then to network with the employers of labor, I mean the owners of the hotels, because we give them more work and we do businesses with them. And sincerely, at the conference, I've learned a lot. We've learned a lot, because when we got home, we always do briefing on it. So after the briefing, I saw so many things, and even up till now, we're still learning on it.
Okay, so this is my first time at the conference, and it was honestly a great experience. I am enthusiastic about the numbers. I'm happy about the number of people that want to actually get trained in hospitality, as it's a problem that's actually plaguing the industry. We need to invest more in training, and we need to ensure that people that can't even afford this training have the funding they need to access it.
Rounding off the conference were photo sessions and award presentations, recognizing exceptional individuals and organizations for their contributions to hospitality. The night concluded with a vibrant gala evening where guests, graduates, and industry leaders gathered to celebrate, connect, and look ahead to a more collaborative and innovative future for hospitality in Africa. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. But because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria. It is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Froze, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion in 2005. During the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with Duke Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IATO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, Eagle plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of his crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years, by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration. This dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and based revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains, philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, SOUQ, based in France, topping the ranks of the Chelsea 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch or Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon. a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Penny, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the SOUQ. Ego remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Ego, Charles Sanomi.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC,
Learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered yesterday in distinction. So in other words, I will just say I sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also hope there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honourable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honourable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse